Hello and welcome in, everybody. We are live. Satisfactory day. Eh? The second after I did my manual save. 1 second. So we are working on... Why is there a dismantle crate? Where is that dismantle crate? All the way over there. What is happening? Why is that all the way over there? Oh, it's gonna bug me. So, first things first, we're gonna go take care of that. So it'll bother me if I don't. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. We'll drive. We'll drive. It's over by the steel factory. Hey, Maple, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. So, except for this brief distraction, which will definitely be the only distraction of the entirety of the stream, no other distractions are going to come up. I think we're fully focused on the turbo fuel plant today. Just working on updating some stream stuff. Nice. Sometime relatively soon, I need to dive headfirst into my setup and see what optimizations I can make. One thing I'd really like to do now that Firebot has the new widgets features for visual browser source elements, is I'd like to take another look at getting my chat set up through Firebot. Because I've got my chat coming from Mixitup right now, but it's the only thing Mixitup is doing. And it's a little odd to start Mixitup for just chat. Alright, where is this dismantle crate? Why is this dismantle crate? That's it. It's off my map. It's done. At some point, I also want to I want to shift my overlays around. I never. Hang on. We gotta split that up first. I can't believe this one, of all of them. Oops, you're still on pipes. Be on power.
Fix-It engineers experimented with soft drives, but the prototypes all went missing. They were later located in the toilets, being used as towels.
Really? 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 What? Really? Yeah, and Firebot has, with the new, they're not really new. You could always basically do this in Firebot. It's just now there's some pre-built stuff that you can access. But with the new overlay widgets, I believe I can set up a countdown timer and take the one I'm using out of Stream Elements. Which also means that I can automate it start to when OBS stream starts. Which means I don't have to switch from one scene over to my starting scene to get that timer to refresh by refreshing the overlay source. That'll be very nice. It's the only really fancy thing my overlays are doing. And the only reason they can't be stock images, other than the fact that I don't have some stock images that I have the rights to. Okay. I know. There's another dismantle crate. Yeah, those are full. Of course those are full. We'll clean those up later. Don't know how to get rid of this. I can't throw it away, but I can't use it again. It's not being automated, so we don't want to get rid of those at all. Alright, so we're going back up to the top floor. And we're going to set up the rest of our refineries. I didn't do the thing I was supposed to do here, which is send the elevator back down to the bottom floor after I got off of it. Hey, Lily, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Whoops. I went second to highest. There we go. Yeah, you can go up to the highest before you go down. That's fine. So... these ones over here, I believe, start... I see. Okay. Two, three, four. We'll have the one item gap. One building gap, I should say. And then we've got two. it goes. The halfway point, that's fine. Halfway point on this block. And much like the opposite side, it will be the actual feet of the building are at the halfway point on this side. There we go. Or we'll have the inner ones doing the regular fuel, and the outer ones will do the turbo fuel. Whoop. Yes, we'll grab this. And we'll start from this side, and we'll repeat. We'll do the full line all the way down. Have to pick up that present to get it out of the way. One, two, three. Line right. If I let that miss a line, then I break the whole thing. 4. Oh, it's not in the way. Good. Facing the other way. Is that right? That's right. Alright, so we're running low on steel pipe. believe we've got some in one of these containers down here. That's Caterium. That's empty. It's iron rods. Steel plates. Copper pipe. Motors. Nope. None of these are steel pipe. I've got a hard drive just hanging out in my inventory. What's that?
Being an elevator AI has its ups and downs.
Thanks, Ada. So we'll copy the turbo fuel side this time. And where was the reference point for this? So front-wise... Ah, okay. We're lining up the bracket at the bottom with the edge of the concrete, right here. And the last reference point is flush with the next edge of the building outline. There we go. That's all the refineries. Space down here. It's not as much space as I would normally aim for with this kind of setup, but it'll do. Yeah, so these inner ones are regular fuel. These outer ones are turbo fuel. So for these outer ones, we need physical item input and fluid input, and we need fluid output. And then for the residual fuel, we need the opposite. We need fluid item input and fluid item and solid item output. At this point, I gotta bring up my Satisfactory tools to take a look at my rates. So 64 refineries of turbo fuel total for this setup. So we have 8, 16, 32, 64. That's exact. Let me see which way this is pointing. Alright, we'll start from one end and loop our way all the way around. This is only for the inputs. This is only for the compacted coal. The output will be pure liquid. We'll do all turbo fuel first, and then we'll do all fuel. Just so I can get my head wrapped around what I'm doing. Thing is, I don't think it takes 64 refineries of fuel to supply 64 refineries of turbo fuel. So I believe I have overbuilt here a bit. Okay. These are each taking in 15 compacted coal per minute, so that's just a Mark 1 conveyor. Where having rotated those floor holes and doing them in a line becomes a benefit. I can just run down the line like that. Okay, so for fuel, we're making 1440 per minute. We require 36 refineries to cover that. $36 divided by 4, 18. That's going to be 9 each. Spoiler alert, we overbuilt. Alternatively, I could see if this... 22.5 for each. Bring this down to 22.5. 33.75. It's 540. which is right. 60 of that crude oil is 60 for each of these 4 is going to produce some heavy oil residue for us, and we're going to end up with rubber as a byproduct. Which I think we're probably just going to store. Ah, that's right, so that makes 40 of these per... Alright, hang on. So 360 each. We could get these to produce 45 each. That would be a lot of power shards. That would mean one section of this. We're dealing entirely with fluids. Yeah, so each of these can do 36 apiece. Just to show you all what I'm working with here. This is Satisfactory Tools, so right now I have a whole plan set up for this. This is the entire production line of the factory. We're going to be producing the max turbo fuel that we can possibly get out of 2,400 crude oil, as well as, and that's going to be reduced by the 30 per minute package turbo fuel, which is actually going to take some of our fuel power generators from the bottom floor and repurpose those to fuel packagers. I think it's 1 each. I'll have to double check. We're going to make some cluster nobelisks, 40 per minute, and we're going to make some explosive rebar, 80 per minute. These are going to be incredibly handy ammunition as far as when we go exploring, as well as it's going to make a lot of the enemies a lot easier to deal with. And then we just won't have to think about those anymore. The package turbo fuel is going to be a huge upgrade in terms of our jetpack fuel, as well as it'll last longer in our vehicles. So it'll be very good to have that just on hand. It does reduce the total power output. We're only getting 1170 per minute, which if we jump back into Satisfactory here, if we divide that by our 7.5, we get 156 of our fuel power generators. Multiply that by their power output, and we get 39,000 megawatts. So yeah, these are producing 36 per minute. That's good. These two are outliers. They're going to be producing rubber. Nope, nope, nope. Not those. These ones. That's right. And then these are separate. These will be the rubber later on. And it's full on stuff again. Don't think we need this much rubber. Oh, wrong button. Where's it gone? Oh well. Okay, if I bring my satisfactory tools back up, I'm in need of 8 refineries, which is exactly what we've got. 4 rubber, all producing rubber and heavy oil residue. Okay, that's going to be those production lines. We're going to be sending that down to the bottom floor, where we're going to have some black powder coming in to produce the smokeless powder. Which is going to be an essential ingredient in our cluster nobelisks and our explosive rebar. Now that we've got that all worked out, let's get our floor holes for these. This is all going to be outputs on the residual fuel and heavy oil residue refineries. Do the opposite sides now. Alright, we're doing 27 polymer resin per minute on the residual fuel, or on the, fuel, and the heavy oil residue will be 20 per minute rubber. So all of this is Mark 1. And I started from the middle and should have started from the end. Welcome in, Squid. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Alright, and then 12 over here. I do play Satisfactory. Every once in a while. Alright, so both the inputs and outputs now need the floor pipe holes. Playing with a person called Autiable Sam. Interesting. What an odd name for someone to have. Endoyundurine? Maybe the most tedious part is just placing these pipe holes. In our world, we haven't gotten to refineries. So the only place I'm using pipe holes like this, or floor holes like this, is for the coal power plant. Certainly not to this scale. This will be the most ambitious project I've completed. I'm sure she'll be glad to know that we've got the power infrastructure to support further growth. Does get to be a bit of a slog, though. And there's nothing here that's going to require more than 300 per minute as far as the clean pipelines. Whoop. So we can just attach. Now, there's more than enough constructed objects nearby to prevent any spiders from respawning. Although I don't know... I think there's a bit of a ways of travel before I get to the area where the spiders spawn in the first place. We are in fact over water, so there's not going to be any hostile creatures that spawn below us. Hopefully these don't all become a nightmare of glitched floor holes. Dealing with that quite a bit lately. Ah! I hit E to try to pick up the present while I was in build mode, and all I did was change the build mode. With conveyor belts, as long as you're not using the speed of the belt to deliberately bottleneck to control throughput for load balancing, it doesn't matter whether you use the Mark 1 belt or the Mark 2 belt. With fluids, on the other hand, there is a volume difference between the Mark 1 pipes and the Mark 2 pipes, where a Mark 1 pipe can hold 300 cubic meters, has a flow rate of 300 cubic meters, and I don't know if it's logically it's variable by the length of the pipe. I would assume that they have put that logic into the game. But that said, the volume of the Mark 1 pipe, the Mark 2 pipe, is much higher than the Mark 2 pipe. I can speak. The volume of the Mark 2 pipe is going to be much higher than that of the Mark 1 pipe, which means to pressurize the system to fill all of the pipes and the reservoirs will take a lot more time if you use more Mark 2 pipes than are necessary. So we definitely want these to be using Mark 1s. There you go. These are our turbo fuel inputs here. And I, in fact, do not want them to be pipeline junctions. They're only going to have the one input line. It's going to come from that direction. No. I have these centered. Like that. I'm gonna have these just come right down into them. Nope, wrong spot. Sorry. I think this is the spot. Not quite the spot. One over. That'll do. These are fluids. We really do not need to be load balancing these the way I am. But I like it. So we're doing it. Quite frankly, that looks cool. Yeah, I'll stick with noodle. Yeah, we have to check up there and see at what point this turns into a Mark II pipe. 18.75. We're producing 300 per minute. We never need a Mark II pipe. It's Mark I the whole way. We got an ad coming up. Did not realize. It's that long already. That's not right. That's better. Alright. That is also not right. Because these are not straight like that. I'm gonna start break up in a second. The ad's gonna kick off anytime now. There it goes. Be back in a few. And welcome back. Do the same on this side. Making sure we're properly centered. It goes in the middle here. And that's it. That's the output for all 4 of these. Looks pretty good, I think. Now, if these are never producing more than 300 turbo fuel per minute, which is the maximum throughput of the Mark I pipelines, then we can go through and we can reset those lines going all the way down to be Mark I the whole way. Wish I'd checked that at the start, because those little bits at the sealing junctions are gonna be finicky. I have to delete the junction and recreate it. To get that where we want it to be. It's an interesting look having that as noodle. I think we'll stick with horizontal to vertical, though. Nope. Didn't need to lock that hologram. Had the guideline. What is? Oh, okay. Confused myself for a moment, we're fine. Welcome in, Cosmos. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We are in the midst of working out the logistics of our giant turbo fuel factory. The refinery floor, which is going to take all of our crude oil and turn it into turbo fuel, as well as some of the byproducts that we want to see for some other things that we're producing. Sadly not doing well. Woke up with strep and no voice. Have finals this week. Oops. Hopefully you're able to get what you need for your strep relatively quickly so you can have that clear up as soon as possible. You don't have to speak for your finals, do you? Not that the rest of the symptoms of strep aren't enough, well, not the symptoms in general for strep aren't enough to put your brain in the fog anyway. Pleads the fifth. Oh, you do have to speak your final... Nope, no. If you're gonna plead the fifth, then I won't cry. Alright, we've got... Is that right? That's right, yeah. Okay. Chat window decided to stop refresh or stop updating. There it goes. Have some of those emergency packets around here somewhere in the kitchen. I hope it helps. I feel like I don't notice the effects of those very often, but I'm also notoriously bad at being observant. Essentially vitamin C in a packet, you mix it in the water and drink it. Yeah. Yeah, I've had them before. But I've never paid enough attention to what I was feeling when I drank them to recognize them as much more than just a less good soda. I wouldn't even call them a bad soda, because I've had seltzer water. There's a hot take. I just know it's going to hurt. Anything I swallow, regardless of food or drink, hurts my throat. That is unfortunate. Okay. So that is the output logistics for turbo fuel. We need to set up the input logistics now, which is going to be a pipe sent this way from the fuel factories over there. Now, we did all the fancy load balancey stuff. Oh, we might have to do the fancy load balancey stuff here, just for the sake of that's how this is gonna... That's fine. We can do that. Maybe I want noodle. Gonna do noodle. Should be... That is, yes, that works out right. I see. Getting lost in my own logistics. Did I miss something? Yes, I was eyeing by the conveyor floor holes and not the pipeline floor holes. The downside of doing the floor logistics first is we have to jump over it as we go. Now this would look a lot messier if we didn't have the logistics floor. Where I want that, that's where I want that. Okay, we're gonna do the whole line down. On both sides. What did I break? This. Misaligned. There we go. Alright, we gotta double check the inputs on these to make sure we don't have to go above. We are in fact getting 22.5 fuel per minute to 18.75, so that needs to be a Mark II pipe. $360 is above the 300 per minute throughput rate. And we don't have the pipelines that we need come as the output, so we're just going to place little markers to indicate for us later on that that needs to be Mark II. And we'll delete them when we get further in. Over to this side and repeat. There it was. Okay. Oh, that's not where that goes. That one's in the right spot, though. That's not where that goes. Not where that goes. Figures are right, yep. That seems short. That's because that's short. That's misaligned. We're fine. We're doing fine. And there we go. The fluids for the turbo fuel refineries are all set up. Now, down the middle here, we're gonna have our compacted coal come through, and I think we're gonna create the compacted coal at either the sulfur or the coal nodes, and then transport them in this way. And I need 15 per minute. And we're gonna have that logistics go through that way. Gonna have some clipping on the pipes, but I don't think it's gonna be too bad. Okay, they're all done. Oh, that's wrong. Hey, Tulip, welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, what does that line up to? I think that's one behind, so... There it is, there's the curve. 26 parts from completing phase 5. Congratulations. One behind, not one in front. Oops, also not supposed to be like that. We are working on a large turbo fuel factory here. So that's 15 each. That's 30. That's 60. That'll be 120 coming out of this. Straight. No, no rocket fuel. That's gonna be a bit too ambitious for where we're at right now. I don't even have, fracking unlocked yet, so I wouldn't be able to if I wanted to. But also, this is already a pretty large project, because we are using up the entirety of the crude oil within the blue crater. I'll set rocket fuel up over by the islands. Rocket fuel is in the swamp. Okay. Here. One behind. Maybe I should use the nodes there for something. I haven't looked at the swamp as far as fuel sources go. So far, the only thing that I've done with it has been aluminum and battery automation. Oh, that was right. On my solo world, and that was a pretty cool factory to set up. It was not quite as clean as I wanted it. I was still very happy with how it turned out. So this is going to be 240 coming in for these. logistics. This is actually going to be the last conveyor belt that we keep. We're gonna do a curve here. Actually, that might be just a default. Yeah, because we have to accommodate these. We don't want to clip through the fuel refineries. Yeah, so to give you a quick tour of the scale that we're working with here, we have three floors of fuel-powered generators. We've got 40. We're gonna bring that down to 39. Per 600 per minute crude oil, which we have 2,400, so that's 4 quadrants of this building, each with 39 fuel-powered generators. The reason we're cutting down from 40 is because that last fuel-powered generator on each one is going to be used for turbo fuel packaging, so we'll have that major upgrade as far as our jetpack is concerned, as well as our vehicles. Anything that we're doing manually, not automated just yet. No, the automated ones too, because we're going to have the vehicles that are transporting the materials into this base. Down here, in addition to the fuel-powered generators, because per quadrant we have 4, 8, 16, 32, but this one we only need 16. 15 when we cut that one down for the sake of the actual turbo fuel power. So the rest of this space is going to be utilized for producing explosive rebar, cluster nobelisks, and the packaged turbo fuel. And I can jump over to my opera scene here to show you what the map out of this looks like. So we have all of the turbo fuel-powered generators set up, as well as the logistics going to them. We just have to cut the one off for the packaged turbo fuel that we're going to handle here. And we are currently back here working on the refineries. Where are they? Right here. The 64 turbo fuel refineries. We're sort of sorting out the logistics for this, with the expectation that we're going to have all of the materials coming up the center here. So we have to account for that's where our input is coming from. So we're actually going to send the crude oil all the way to the top, and we're going to have the 4 sets of pumps to send them all the way up. And then once we process them up there, then we use gravity to bring them all down into the fuel-powered generators. And that should keep these stable without too much complexity as far as the pipelines. I missed a delete here. This bring us back all the way back up.
Do you like my buttons? They're pretty nice, right? Customizable, functional, they have indicator lights. The full package. I think they're neat.
Thanks, Ada. There is a pure coal and sulfur node south of the swamp. North of that, nitrogen and oil fracking. North of that is the other stuff you need, then flat swampland with no obstacles that you can just lay out 94 huge generators overclocked to 250%. Producing, I want to say it was like 60,000 megawatts, 60 gigawatts. And you could probably pull more out of it if you kind of eyeballed most of it and mathed out how many fuel gens. Yeah, I'd have to go through and look at the map layout to see how that would, you know, just to localize where everything is coming from. But that said, I think if I'm starting to build power in the swamp, ideally, I want that to be my nuclear facility. Hopefully. Hang on, what did I do here? That shouldn't have been, okay. That also shouldn't have been. So we'll do this side. Did nuclear in the desert this time. Yeah, I haven't actually progressed that far in the game before, so... we'll see how it plays out when I get there. Oops. That's all of it yet. Okay. Don't think I'm going to build nuclear again. It's just a lot for a little output. Yeah, I've heard mixed feelings on it. The challenge of it is certainly interesting to me. And, you know, I will get to a point where I have effectively beat the game. But I don't want to end the world at that point. At that point, I want to switch to basically strictly sandbox mode in this world. That's the hope. So everything's going to focus on those types of challenges. The parking garage layout that I started to adopt was a technique I managed to work out that made progressing without hating what I was building much more accessible. And I'm hoping to work out those kinds of solutions with other stuff as well. Of course, as we scale up, the little 8-piece modules for the constructors and smelters, they stop becoming relevant. Well, they don't stop becoming relevant, but they become a solution to the smallest of logistics challenges to work out. What am I doing? This one, right here. I don't understand how you can build like this. I would mess up the entire system for 72 hours if I tried to build like this. Yeah, I've had my moments. But that's part of why I try to stay as organized as I do, why I try to keep everything clean, because it makes it a whole lot easier to go through the system and track, where my bottlenecks are, what I've broken. Like, I can just look at this and see what's moving, how it's moving, and where I might need to optimize something. Yeah, no worries about the, auto mod. That's meant to keep the messages off of the on-screen chat, to help keep the bot clean. I'm primarily PG-13 here. But that said, as long as the, as long as the VOD matches my expectation, I'm generally pretty lenient as far as that goes. Unfortunately, I haven't done a whole ton of configuring on the auto mod to catch some of the milder stuff that I would prefer not to show up on the VOD. At some point, I'm going to need to poke around on that. I don't know if I can. I don't know if Twitch lets me adjust the swearing settings manually. There are some words that I would rather block that are only blocked on the lightest setting. Well, not lightest, on the most aggressive setting, but the most aggressive setting blocks a lot of stuff that it's just completely excessive to block. So, at some point I'll poke through that. I can definitely do it through Firebot, my stream bot. Twitch's auto mod is nicer because if Firebot deletes a message, it makes it disappear entirely from my feed unless I click the thing to expand it. Whereas auto mod, I can just read the whole message without having to click off my screen. I'll figure it out at some point. I haven't had anything egregious to worry about so far. So that's gonna come over here from the middle. We're actually gonna have to work around the elevator to get it to come over here from the middle. This is just a reminder for myself of what belt speed I need there. Coming up on 2 hours. I should have an ad coming up relatively soon. Trying to think what else I have to work on, because I think I'm feeling a little bit of burnout on this factory, doing all the logistics for this floor. You know what, I think after I set up the logistics here for the compacted coal, expands the input, we'll go work on Fixmas stuff. There's the ad. Going on break. Oh. No, that's the starting warning. Got another minute. We'll go through this first. Yeah, there's gonna be some techniques that I work out on stream. Some that I might have to go off stream and kind of puzzle over. But as far as like sharing those techniques, at some point I want to get into doing some pre-recorded videos. I don't have any solid plan for shifting over that way. Shifting, not really shifting, but adding that to my workflow in addition to streaming. So hopefully I can find stuff to help, you know, to offer techniques that people can use to keep organized as they progress the game. And a big step of that is going to be being able to set up blueprints. Alright, my ad's about to start. Yes, make the spaghetti tutorials, please. Get the last of these splitters together before I switch over to the break screen. The ad may kick off before then. There it goes. And welcome back. one side at a time. Back to the land of right angles and order. My spaghetti brain is melting. That's not right. It's not all right angles. We've got arcs. Fair enough. Okay, and that was back here. Right? I think that's right. We'll figure it out when we start doing belts. So the same line. Okay, now we need the splitters on these. Here, this will be 120 per minute. This will be 240 per minute. Ooh, have fun climbing. Appreciate you popping in. That's not aligned correctly. There we go. And there we go. Oh, welcome in, Zach. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So we've been working on our turbo fuel factory. The big one. We've been going for about 2 hours working on these refineries, on this refinery level, and getting logistics set up. So the turbo fuel refineries themselves are now effectively... The logistics are now effectively all set up. And I'm feeling a bit numb on this factory. So now is a good time to shift gears, and I'm going to go work on Fixmas stuff. So we're heading back to the hub. Let's see, which one do we want to store our stuff in? Oh, keep those. And the rest of that in there. Oh, I dropped the... Was it in this one? It wasn't this one. Data cartridge. I'm gonna bring that back to the hub. I'm actually looking forward to doing the outside design on this once I have all the internals set up. Got a design idea that I think is going to end up looking really nice. Yeah, this is the most ambitious project I'm going to finish. Second most ambitious I've started, but most ambitious that I'm going to finish, because I am going to pace myself and work on it on stream, where I'm not just burning through it over the course of 3 days and getting to a point where it's just like, oh, now it's the little stuff, and deciding to revisit that later. Later meaning never. In a bit of fairness, I don't necessarily know that it's never, because that world does still exist, and I can just hop in there and finish it up at any time. Now, I suspect that this is going to clog the sink. But we're going to try this anyway and see what happens. Here it comes. Jerk. I don't know what to do with this thing. They're craftable, but they're not sinkable. They're not deletable. Let's try another idea.
Oh, that made a nice splash.
Success. Alright, we've disposed of it. It's done. It's gone. Not worried about that anymore. Alright, we found 1, 2, and 3.
This data
It's a day
cartridge
4 cartridge.
enables the
It's,
second pair of
I didn't just
Fixmas
immediately
Mantry
replace
branches
it.
to be unlocked. Fixit thought it was being very clever with the layout of this research tree. About as clever as you.
It's day 4. Day 5 is... right here. Okay, alright. Day 6... I went through looking for all of these, and I found day 6 a while ago, and I don't remember where it was. There it is. Ooh!
Obviously, these Fixmas decorations do not increase efficiency. In fact, they are a downgrade on every level. They can be found in the customizer.
Tickets. Not complaining about that. Never complaining about that. Day 8 cartridge.
This data cartridge enables the third pair of Fixmas Mantry branches to be unlocked. There is a chance you are doing this because you enjoy the seasonal event for some reason. There is also a chance you are simply doing this to annoy me. I wish for you to know that, in either case, you have disappointed me.
Sorry, Ada. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Alright, where was 10? That one. Oh, there it is. Hey, Christmas hat.
By equipping this new hat at the lockers in the hub, you can finally turn your mental state into a fashion statement.
That's probably fine. 12 is right there.
A reminder that human creativity does have its limits, considering their obsessive insistence on continuing to make slightly different versions of every Fixmas song ever imagined.
Snowballs. Compressed dihydrogen monoxide crystals for weaponized fun. What was that, 13? Yep, so we want 14, which I know I just saw, and I've lost track of again. Right. Candy cane.
This data cartridge enables the last branches of the Fixmas Mantry to be unlocked, which means we will both be celebrating the end of this event soon.
Oh, you should be so lucky, Ada. Oh yeah, we scanned something. Not worried about that. The pure recipes are fantastic. Diluted fuel is very good. Dramatically improves our output rate when we create heavy oil residue. I think we will unlock that one right away. And none of these have rescans now. Okay. Fixmas holiday event. This requires 20 candy canes and 30 Fixmas bows. You're making bows. You're making bows. You're making candy canes. And you're making candy canes. It is decided. Let that run for a bit, and let's go shopping with all these fancy tickets that we got. I don't know that there's much that we can unlock. We still have to unlock that in the MAM research before we can buy it. And then these are all just buying the actual equipment. Ooh. I can't believe we haven't unlocked this already. We'll send one ticket in. Let that run through the whole line. Come on down. There it goes.
Fix-It sees what you did there. How creative. I have also been creative. There is something extra special for you in the awesome shop. It is a marvel of technology. It is truly the shape of the future. I will be sad if you do not use it and love it and tell any friends you make in the future all about it.
The cyber wagon. Alright, we gotta show this off.
Cyber wagon unlocked. While creating this, I did not cheat with the width, height, or length. I was able to achieve great capability within the same dimensions and same weight as a normal wagon. Part of this is the fundamental design change. I moved the mast to the outside of the truck. You'll love riding around in this thing.
So let's take a look at this amazing inclusion in this game. So this is the cyber wagon. Definitely didn't take any inspiration from any real life objects. You may notice that this thing has square wheels. If we come over here as well, we see the windows are cracked. I'm not sure what the design decision there was. I'm not sure what Ada was thinking. But it's also, like, it's fantastic to drive as well. Like, you see some incredible speed coming out of it. But you might also notice that it's only turning one direction. If I push the left arrow key to turn left, it still turns right. This thing only turns right. I might be a little stuck. I love that inclusion. Alright, let's pick up some gifts here. Let's see, we've got all of our stuff here. It looks like we've got enough of what we need. Let's head on back to the MAM.
The red and blue Fixmas ornaments are produced from gifts, unsurprisingly, but this time in the smelter. Now I hope you listen to that, because I will not repeat it no matter how confusing this all is. Blame the original Fix-It Fun engineers. Most of them ended up in jail for various reasons. But do not worry, the event has since been vetted by the second generation of Fix-It Fun engineers, who were only sued.
Alright, let's get back on track. we've got Fixmas. We got some Fixmas stuff to work on here. We got 360 gifts. Okay. So we need 400 of each bauble, and we need 100 gifts. We want to unlock this. This is the first thing we need. So we'll do the smelters, as Ada has instructed. Nope, that's not where that's supposed to go. One of these will be blue, one of these will be red. Hook up the power. Oh, these need to be overclocked, like the others. Go. Does it produce blue ones faster than red ones? It does. Alright, we'll let that go for a bit. There's some more gifts around here we can collect. We'll go clean up. See, do I see any more? Don't think so. Oop, there's one. There's one. Okay, we'll add to the stash. Or rather, we need to hold on to some of those because we need the gifts for the research. Oh, I forgot to change one of those to... Oops. These are just both making bows. Actually... Let's send all of those into here. Alright, 9 more of the red baubles. And we're good on that. That note is from before the redesign on the turbo fuel. Put an extra man over here so we can get to this more easily. 12 of 50. Okay, we've got the 50 red baubles. Guess we could repurpose this. Let that go. There we go. Alright. We will research this.
You can now finally automate gift production with the Fixmas gift tree and focus your attention back on tasks of actual importance, like not questioning where the gifts are coming from, and improving your infrastructure.
Now, what we just unlocked... Nope, still gonna be under Fixmas. Ooh. That's quite a material cost on that. Worth it, though. One in there. One in there. Hang on. Smelters are done. There we go. So what we get out of this... Now we can build this as a separate module right here. That's fine. It doesn't have to be powered? How does that not have to be powered? What? You don't question it. So that's producing gifts for us manually. And that is not a rate I was expecting. That is not fast. 15 gifts per minute. That's okay. That's workable. Clean that out. Already cleaned out. So the next upgrade we need... Turn these into smelters. And we'll drop the rest of our gifts in there. How are we doing over here? 33. That's a few. Alright, we want to find... We can collect more gifts. I'm gonna find a good spot for setting up a fully automated Christmas factory. Somewhere not too close to any nodes. At least not any nodes that we definitely plan on using. Somewhere a lot like this spot right here. Ooh. Ooh, up here. I like this up here. Yeah, we're gonna go with this. This is a good spot. Welcome in, Ace. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. First I thought you had low gravity before I realized it was just the jetpack. Yep. Let me see... Yeah, I think that'll be good. Supposed to be soup. I don't think I got all 9 out of that. There it goes. That's 9. Three, 4, 5, 6. Over there. Perfectly happy to have a little bit of the grass poking through, but not all the bushes. Oh yeah. Thanks for that, Ace. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Alright. We're working on fixing my stuff. Welcome in, Charlie P. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You got me with that. Yeah, no, I feel like my power is relatively stable right now. I don't think I'm too worried about the fuses being real. Yep, completely fair, Ace. Well earned. Alright. So... Yeah. Yeah, I understood what you mean. What you meant, Charlie P. Oh, you know what? We're gonna do this one a little bit differently. Just a little bit. Does that clip into it? No! Perfect! Oh, that's great. Special. We're gonna put our sink here. We're gonna rotate it correctly. We're gonna have our shop. Can't nudge it in. But you know what? I think... Put it over here. Oh, yep. Good catch. Thank you for the posture check. And thank you for the hydrate. think actually we can nudge this back to there. Yeah, that'll be fine. Ooh, that works nicely. Okay, so we got the shop right here. Gotta keep me from being permanently shrimped. Might be too late on that. Alright. And the... can't nudge it back. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. There we go. And then we will have... our storage up here. Is that where I want that? Maybe. Maybe not. Ooh, no, I know. I know what I can do. I know what I'm gonna do. This'll do it. Perfect. And then we'll still have our module over here. Can't have Fixmas without a Fixmas parking garage, can you? Also, did I do the thing I wanted to avoid doing? I sure did. Alright, everything has to be moved over one. You hush. That's fine. That's better. Mostly. That's gonna be a problem. One more. Keep this music going for a bit, but I can already tell it's gonna grate on me after a bit. Alright, so candy canes, bows, leaves, whatever the pine needle things are, red bauble, blue bauble. And then I've got the opposite side as well if I wanted to... Foundations. If I'm missing anything. Awesome shot. There it is. Okay. That'll do it. Keeps that out of the way of the zip line. I might do this in 3 floors. One of the floors is 100% going to be Christmas trees. Go 2 to 1 on the bows. Three to 1 on the candy canes. Should have checked all of these. 1 to 1 on the Fixmas tree branches. So I want 4 of these. Is that right? To make, yeah, 40 per minute. 4 of these make 20 per minute. And the gift can be split evenly between the 2. So that, yeah, that works out for me. These all already bows. Let's see. Yep. These need to all be Fixmas tree branches. And we'll deal with the candy canes upstairs. So we're making 4 of these. Yeah. I want to bring this up to 20 per minute. Which will require 60 per minute as far as the gifts go. So we're doing 60 plus 40 makes 100. Plus another 40 makes 140. So we're gonna have blue baubles in this one. Ooh. That's not the rate that I thought it was. Five, 10. These are 1-to-1. 15, 20. That's 60 total there. That only brings us up to 200. I want 240. No, I got an ad starting up in a minute. So how do I balance this better? Could do 2 more of these, which is another 10. And then 4 more of these, which is another 20. That brings us up to 230. What are our rates down here? Alright, we're gonna go on break. And I'm gonna try to model this during the break. See y'all in a few minutes. Alright, we're back. So, I made an attempt to model this. Pulled up the Satisfactory calculator. And I went and found the items to model. And I found that there's so much more that there is going to be to this than just these 5 items. So... I think I don't want to try to fuss over it too much. So that's going to send 30, 30 on either side here. This is going to end up not being the final factory. The final factory is going to do all of it. So this will be the red ornaments. There's going to be the blue ornaments. So, we've got 20 here. Plus 40 here is going to be 60. Plus we have 15, 30, 60. That's going to be 120 on this floor. When we get this to 120, we need 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We need 4 more machines taking 10 per minute to make this 120. So, I'm going to move these. We now know that this is not going to be the end-all be-all factory for the Fixmas supplies. I'll use this space instead of having expanding storage. Oh, too far in. And we'll have one floor above that's going to be producing the 240 per minute gifts from the trees. It's going to be 16 total trees, and 16 trees will be enough to discontinue the automatic gift dropping. Makes me realize that the answer is staring me in the face, which is that the remaining 40 of those gifts could have just gone into their own storage container, and probably should. We'll set up dedicated gift production somewhere else. Too late now. I've already gone this far. Oops. That ain't right. Is it? Is it not right? That is right. Difference of smelters. Hang on, how much are those taking? These require 5 per minute, these require 15 per minute, okay. So 20 plus 60. Yeah, we'll have separate inputs for those. And these will be... So only 120 goes to this floor. And 120 goes down to the floor below. Five, 10, 20, 40, 60 on this side. Wait. That's 60 alone. 15, 20. 5, 10, 20, 40. 5, 10, 20. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40. 40. Okay. Okay. Now I know what I'm doing. So this right here will be 60. This will be the end output. How do I do this effectively? 20 and 40 go that way, 60 go another way. Okay, we're gonna change these smelters to constructors. And those constructors to smelters. So these will all be the... what was that, candy canes? That was candy canes. And these will be the blue ornaments. And I'm not going to bring this down. We are going to work with this up here. So the first splitter will be right here. Sure. That seems fine. That's mark 2. Okay, 60 goes that way. Have another splitter here. We'll merge 2 of these. Have these set up in this configuration. $40. 20, 20, 10, 10, 10, 10, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Alright, load balanced input. All set there. These need to move. We're gonna have logistics coming down there. Organization. I think, is that? That's a good spot, yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna set up dimensional depots for these, but we could. Also, there's not a single one of these that is going to be over 60 per minute production rate. nothing there. That was a bug. These are smelters. Those are lining up to edges and centers. Alright, and just to confirm, 5 per minute. Nah, we'll stick with this. This is good. So what I'm gonna do is set it up like this. Set all of these up at the same points that the poles are built there. And there we go. This floor's logistics are done. I just say the math and satisfactory hurts your head. It's the organization is really what does it. Get yourself well enough organized. 10, 20, 40... and 80. And it becomes easier to work out what's going where. Trying to figure out a modular frame factor and having issues with the math. So, Charlie, you want to try to talk through the issue that you're running into? Maybe I can offer some advice. I'm just trying to figure out how to make something work without knowing where to find the ores. Are you using an alt recipe for the modular frames? Because the ore should just be the iron ores. Iron's pretty plentiful. So unless you're trying to make it in an area where you've exhausted all the resources, in which case, you know, if you're feeling like you just want it to be closer so you have more access to it, your issue might be more that your issue might be resolvable with dimensional depots, where you can start downloading stuff from dimensional storage instead of having to worry about traveling too far. Once you get all your parts uploaded, then you can start building remotely without having to keep going back for storage, for materials. At least for the relatively small scale factories. How many modular frames per minute are you trying to build? It's gonna be tricky. Technically 20, but it's 10 with sloops. So let's take a look here. If I drop an assembler right here, I'm going to set that to modular frames. It says 2 per minute, we're going to drop it down to 1 per minute. So we can keep track of the numbers for 1 per minute. We need reinforced iron plates and iron rods. So if I set this to reinforced iron plates, and that was a rate of 1.5 per minute. And the rods are over here as the constructor. And you were looking for 6 per minute. Rods are a 1-to-1 ratio, so the smelter is just going to be 6 per minute, but we'll put it down anyway, just to keep the reference straight. And then here we need screws and plates, 18 and 9. So screws at 18 per minute. Rate's at 9 per minute, is that right? Yep. And there's smelters. Oh, nope, this is another constructor. We need the rods first. It's gonna be 4.5 rods per minute. And then your smelter. So this is 13.5. Yep. Hey Jazz, welcome in. Thanks for the fuse blow. Is that right? Right. So this is the whole production line for if you need... These are all the machines for if you need 1 modular frame per minute. And this reduces down to 3 smelters. One requiring 4.5 iron ore. One requiring 13.5 iron ore. 4.5 plus 13.5 is 18. And on top of that, we add 6. That makes 24. So it takes 24 iron ore per minute to make 1 modular frame. So if you want to make 10, then you need 240. So you're effectively looking for a Mark II miner on a pure node, or a Mark I overclocked to 200% on a pure, or a Mark II overclocked 200% on a normal. Which of course you can just merge a few nodes. But you should be able to get the whole facility out of 1 node. Of course, that's the issue I have, trying to find either 1 pure node or enough mixed nodes. Yeah, so what biome are you working in? This works. Sure doesn't. Primarily in the grass plains, but factories in the rocky desert and grass plains and the waterfall area where you have all the coal gens. Yes, I know as far as the rocky desert, I think up here in this area. Let me see where I'm at. No, so it's up here. There's a beach up here where there's a bunch of coal nodes, and all the iron nodes over here are pure. So I had one setup where I did my entire tier 1 and 2 iron setup just using those pure nodes. So like 1 pure node for all the tier 1, and then pure node for each of the tier 2, your modular frames, reinforced iron plates, and rotors. So that's one place that you can look. You've got your major clusters of iron down here. I don't know how much of this you're using. But you should be able to easily find 4 impure nodes that you could just drop Mark II miners on to get those going. Basically, if you go past the oral nodes that look phallic, it's to the north of that for the place I'm talking about. That, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what nodes I could describe as oral or phallic. You've also got some iron out here in the blue crater, which you'll find yourself making your way over there when you do oil power. Oh, over here on the island. Is that? Yeah, I have been here. Out here. I also know, I believe it's a pure iron node that's right here in the crater here, which is just following the river in from this area. So that's somewhere else that you could look. But yeah, like if I were to do a scan on iron from where I am right now, I won't even see everything that's in this area. Just because there's so much of it. Right here we've got 2 impures plus 4 more impures. These 4 impures with Mark II miners, these would do it for you. 8 of them in this cluster here, you could do 4 Mark I miners. Or you could do 8 Mark I miners and get the full 240 per minute to get 10 per minute on those. Already being used for steel. Well, over here by this crater, I don't know if you're making use of the iron node over here. I don't remember what I'm getting out of it, but it should be overclockable at least to get 240 per minute iron on a Mark II miner. Because I'm using that for my steel in this crater. Because I've got a ton of concrete here for encased industrial beams. And there's coal up here that I use. Over here I've got my SAM Fluctuators factory. There's iron nodes over here, and I think I'm using like 1 or 2 of them. This was 2 normals, that's right. Yeah, so you could drop 2 Mark II miners on them and merge them, and you could get the 240 that you need. But yeah, there's a limit to how many nodes you're actually able to see on the scanner. When you reach a certain number of nodes, it doesn't matter how much more distance you can get out of the scanner. Yeah, you've got 4 impure nodes up here. All of these overclocked on a Mark II miner would get you 240. Yeah, and if you stand in a spot and you scan and all you're seeing is stuff that you're already using, move somewhere else in the plains, because once you load up so many nodes, you only get so far. Like, there's stuff all over here that I can't see it from that scan, just because there's just too much to load from right here. There's so much iron everywhere, it's a problem. Yeah, no worries. Hopefully that makes things a little easier for you to work out. So to the right is going to be any, and then forward is going to be overflow. And that's our settings all the way down. I have a problem. That is actually very easy to solve. Like it's this easy to solve. Yeah, it's probably fine. You can probably cope with that. So this will be... Just found enough nodes. Good to hear. So we will do a merger here. There? Yes. I can also recommend, Charlie, check out Satisfactory Calculator, which has a full interactive map. If you're not worried about that feeling too much like spoilers, feeling too cheaty, you can see where all the nodes are on the map. You've got filters and everything set up, so you can find out more locations, and it'll help you plan out factories better. Yeah, that's good. Don't know how much can be spoiled for you for almost 2,000 hours. Well, I mean, there's the exploration aspect of it. You know, there's getting to explore the map yourself and get to know it. I don't mind having that bit spoiled a bit for me, but you know, for some people, that's one of their favorite parts of the game, is just how much care went into building out the map manually. How much of this are we producing? 10, 20, 40, 80. No, 10, 20, 30, 40. There we go. And that's the full output logistics. I'm gonna do the columns to make sure that I'm not putting power through them. Supposed to be on Zoop. Okay. It's gonna be a bit before we are actually able to finish this factory. We've got to set up a manual loader for it before we're able to have it run automatically. But let's see just how many gifts we've got set up there. We can actually power this on now. Collect some of these as we go. It's been producing at 15 per minute, so should have some decent progress on it. Take all that. Hey, look at that. That looks great. The bear's all set up for this. There they go. Have the space back here. Do we have the space back here? Yes. Okay. Foundations. Foundations back. Something's not connected right. Found it. Now that little bit of stuttering is normal because we've got 270 per minute feed to 240 per minute production. First, just to keep that closed up. Won't close up the third floor just yet. We can. We've got the stairs built, so we could get in there for the logistics. I'm gonna have an ad coming up in a second. I went an hour overtime doing this. Break will be starting in a second. I'll move over to the break screen as soon as I see the ad notification pop up. Can I get as much of this wall done before that ad triggers? There it goes. See you in a bit. And we're back. Let's see how he did. Sounds like everything stopped moving. Oh, we did something wrong. We did at least get most of the ornaments that we need. Whoops. Let's just ignore it. Oh, I know what happened. These were configured wrong. Whoops. That's 1-to-1. We'll drop those in there. We'll come back this way and we'll grab some more presents. Out of curiosity, if I were to say... I need 16 of those. Oh, that's so much that I need to gather for that. It's not terribly unreasonable, I don't think. Okay, we need a lot more. Of these in particular before we can get very far with that. We want to prioritize building as many of these as we possibly can before we start upgrading more stuff on the, in the MAM research tree. Oh, here's more gifts. So many more gifts. We don't need this anymore. We got a real factory for this stuff. Not this yet, but we're getting there. Ooh, I just realized. Face the other way. That is not enough gift coming in for what we need. Nothing. Think bug on my computer. I should at least be doing 120 per minute. I'm gonna upgrade this. Yeah, that's better. We can downgrade that again when we get back to, or once we get everything attached. All 16 of those trees built. Got a Mercer sphere. If we got 4 more, we could upload all the Fixmas stuff to Dimensional Depot. I don't think I'm too worried about that right at this moment. Since we're waiting anyway, the back and forth just gives us something to do. Oh, there's so many glowing lights. Need all of it. Need all of them. Rhoda? We're uploading that. Ah.
Fix-It employee contract reminder.
Rotor's.
No pioneer should speculate regarding why there are crashed freighters on this planet.
That's fine. Oh, I see more fallen gifts. Decent number of stacks. Any luck, that'll be enough to make a second one of those trees. A third would be great. And a fourth? Even better. So we now have 60 per minute coming in. Okay, we need... these for each of these. Okay. See how we're doing here. I put the signs up. Oilers. One vertical. This one. There we go. I think that should be enough to get us up to 90 per minute. Yep. I'm gonna try to unlock the next research tier for Fixmas, but want that, don't want those. For the parashards. I think it might take too long to get there. Yes, the priority merger is just making sure that these things coming in don't back those up. So it's the Fixmas tree branches that are really bottlenecking us here. I don't have enough summer sloops either to double the output on those. Those coming down. Almost up to 120 per minute. the moment we get that tree count up to 10, these stop dropping from the sky. So we will need one of these that's just producing the gifts. And I should have accounted for that in this factory, but I didn't. Oh, I need to check in here. That is in fact enough. And there we go. 120 per minute. Just gotta repeat on the other side. I think we're gonna call it about here. We can finish up this part of the Fixmas Factory next weekend. And we're gonna find out who we can raid. Let's see who we've got. I think I'm going to send y'all over to Dan Bear Pig, who is currently playing Space Engineers. Oh, that's not a command. Make sure I spell it right. Yesterday I sent everybody to the wrong Luminessa. So y'all know the drill. First raid out message is if you are not subscribed. Second one is if you are subscribed. Appreciate y'all being here. I believe we are not live tomorrow with Acorn. I think Acorn said something about not being available. And I do not have a collab planned for Wednesday, as I have a friend coming in, so you can catch me next time on Friday, I believe, with Rena and Squid, and then we'll have our regular Minecraft and Satisfactory Saturday and Sunday. Thanks